Okay, good morning, guys. Thanks for joining today. We're going to be working on the Tamara Sculpt shortly. I'm just trying to get a couple of updates out just to let people know it's happening, so I can actually get people to come online and join me. Just bear with me a little bit, please. Keller, how you doing, mate? Thank you for joining me today. So I'll grab stream links. Give me a second. Cool. Speaking of background noise, is the music level okay? Can you hear me all right? Speaking of background. Awesome, thank you. Let's get Facebook up. Let me just get my page. Ah, there we go. Facebook up. Let me just get my page. What is that? A mounted AK-74 with a 45 round mag. What is it? Oh, hang on. Mounted AK-74. Now I'm thinking here, that's a couple of Final Fantasy picture and another art print I liked from somebody follow on Facebook. The Final Fantasy one there, that one, that's the Turks. That's from Game T. I should have sent the update out now. Right, let me just grab the project files I need, and then we'll get stuck in. Okay, so let me switch over to Sculpting Cam. I'm going to leave you briefly and then let's get some sculpting on. Here we go. So we've got the bird sculpted. So this is a modification of the one I did for the Kingdom of Talaria. So I've enhanced the detail. We've added extra detailing into the feathers. I've enhanced the detail on his legs, reworked the head, added these kind of extra feathers on the top. Give it a new harness. And change the tails up. So actually, if you've seen the previous version of my rocker bows from the Kingdom of Talaria's range, this guy is completely different. He's also going to be pretty massive on the tabletop because the model sitting on his back is 45mm scale. So let's go and get her in now. That's Lyria. There we go. I'm just going to merge down, copy, and we're going to go back to the bird, wherever it may be. There. Okay, we're going to paste her into the bird scene now. She's about the right size. I think that feels about right. Right, let me just pull the reference image up for Tamara and I'll show you what she looks like. Got a couple of different versions of Tamara on here. So you can see her here now. So this is her. So she's got she's got leather boots. She's got like the red mage cloak. The old Robin Hood hat. Some gauntlets, shoulder pads, and a nice big spear slash lance. So all in all, she's actually a pretty simple character to make. So hopefully it won't take too long. Let's just isolate the mount for now. Oops. Where's my rider now? First thing to do, split off the ruler. I want to make sure I can see the floor. The reason for this is I can gauge my Dynamesh resolution based on the floor grid. Okay, so we need to change the face first. Females are harder to do than the males, you know. The main difficulty with a female sculpt you'll find is you've got to try and get it looking softer while still looking like human. With a male sculpt you can get away with some real harsh transitions, and if you do that on a female sculpt it's going to start looking like another male basically. So there's certain things we can do to make sure we get it right basically. So I'm just going to go onto my Sculptures Pro mode. I'm going to start changing it up now, so I'm going to straighten the nose out. Widen her eyes, so they're a little bit further apart. Move the eyelashes. It's worth having the eyelashes as a separate piece on female models. Sometimes I've drawn them in, sometimes I do them as a separate mesh like this. And the usual problem you have is when you draw them on, they're not so easy to kind of reposition and remove. Let me take these eyes out. Let's give some new fully round eyeballs. I like the flatter ones when you're doing a larger scale model, because it gives you somewhere to paint the. You can obviously use them to give it a little bit of feeling, even when you're a little bit of like direction to the vision or what they're looking at basically. You can create a little bit more drama with the pose by having the flat part of the eye, or even having the iris kind of like indented. It's gone back to typical English weather actually, thanks mate. It's we're on about 19 degrees today, so it's cooling down from where it has been, but it's still pretty respectably warm. But it's been chucking with rain all morning because the kids have gone back to school, which is just typical. But I'd rather have it raining when the kids are at school than have it raining when they're off and they're cooped up in the house driving me crazy. So let's let me hide that ruler because it's absolutely annoying me. Oh guys, let me just mute you a second. So someone calling me back my insurance renewal for my business insurance. I'm like, yeah, I'm just on a live stream at the moment. Oh, okay, we'll leave you to then. Should use that every time I don't want to do a call. So what was I saying beforehand? Can't remember. Lost my train of thought. I think I was talking about the eyes on the model, wasn't I? 30's fine. 30'd be killing me, that would, mate. We have, I mean, we do have obviously the warmer weather sometimes in England, but most of the time, you know, if we're getting up into the 30's, it's exceptional. But most of the summer this year, we've had like 30 plus. It's been like we were away on our family holiday in North Devon. And we were on like 30, 36, 37 degrees on the beaches and stuff like that. So it was cracking for a for holidays. God, 44. Yeah, that's virgin on unbearable. Well, it's so virgin, it is unbearable, isn't it? Really. It all depends on the humidity that accompanies it, but. So female sculpts. That's wrong, but let's start with the lips. We're going to just outline the lips with orb crack, and that'll just accentuate it a little bit. Bottom lip as well, and then we want to just make the bottom lip more pronounced. We're just going to do the now I'm going to keep. I don't want to go too detailed with the face because we're going for a more of an anime style. What I do want to do, I want to make it look more aggressive, because Tamara is she's a fiery royal who's left her family, shunned royal duties and whatnot, and she's basically gone up and joined the rebellion. So that's why she's fighting with a mask on, so people don't recognise her. Do you know what, mate? You just get used to it. It's you know, you get in there really quickly, you are with your stuff. But obviously, the more you do, the more proficient you're going to get at it. And that's the only real advice I can give you at this point now. I think is, you know, you've got the basics down. You can competently create a model. So now it's all about working on the exaggerations. And I think the thing to do is what you've already done now is to sculpt something, print it, and look at it in print, because looking on screen's one thing. You'll never get to appreciate it properly if you don't actually print it. So take the prints you've done, have a look at them, and do they deliver what you were aiming for? And this is what it's going to come down to all the time. Is the end product correct? Doesn't matter about the process you got to, how you got there, or anything else. Does the end product deliver what you want it to deliver? And if the answer's no, you need to identify why. So look at the model. What is it that is, like with your orc, for example? I know you were saying it didn't feel big enough. So how next time do you make that orc bigger? What do you need to do to make it work in print? And I did this. I blogged it years ago, and it was a really popular post, actually, really popular blog post. Because we didn't have like consumer grade 3D printers at the time. It was like back in 2014, 2015. And what I ended up doing was I'd sculpt things, and I was sending them off to there was a guy who lived about 10 miles away from me, and he had a form printer, you know, from Form Labs. So he could do resin prints. They weren't quite up to spec in terms of being able to use them as master models, which is what I was looking for. The master models were costing me like 250 quid a figure, to have them, you know, to be printed to a quality where you could use them for making like molds and cast from, and they were really too expensive to be like practicing with, essentially. And later on I did end up buying my own, very expensive Sega Pico 2HD 3D printer, which was like £11,000, which is obviously obscene now. But it paid me back because I started doing like master prints for people, and we charged like 200 odd quid a figure, because that was like the standard back then. But this guy with the form, he was charging me like, you know, 15-20 quid a print, and that was much more palatable at the time. And what I was doing was I would test my sculpts out, and I'd send them to him, and he would print them out for me, and then I'd be able to sit down and look at them and be like, is this what I wanted? And it's amazing the amount of times I would spot things on the physical print of the model that I'd missed in the digital sculpt. And like now, a lot of these kind of things are like second nature to me. They're just things I just know to look for. But the only reason I know to look for them is because I did that process. What are you saying? You've done a bust that fits on a 25mm base. So you're making a troll with a face. Add it onto a body joint. Yeah, I get that. I mean, you can do it the other way around as well. If you're going to sculpt a full-size model, you can also just like clone the model, chop the torso in half, and then like carve out the bit for the bust. Right, let's lose her eyebrows because there's going to be a mask on. So we'll take the eyebrows off her. Let's get the mask on there first, because this is what's going to make her feel like she's the right character. Go to masking. This is like the old, Robin superhero type mask. Dick Turpin, the bandit, kind of, you know. We don't want too much, but I don't want to obstruct her eyes. We also don't want too much mask. And then she's got hair that's going to cover the rest. I don't know if I really need to go any further than that with it, really. Right, let's just smooth that little transition line. In fact, let's take that down a bit. Let's give her, that's it, that's better. Kind of a superhero vibe, isn't it? Like a real naff superhero. I'll say Robin or one of them. I found a video clip browsing Instagram the other day, and it was one of these original, the 1960s Batman TV series, and Batman and Robin were trapped on this on a catapult. They were about to be launched into the city, and then Batman suddenly starts busting out trigonometry, trying to figure out where they're going to land, and then uses his remote control in his belt to autopilot the Batmobile to go to him. And the Batmobile did the slowest, most sensible, careful drive through the streets, stopping for children and all sorts of things like that. And then managed to deploy a safety net before they landed. And every single thing about it was shocking. Absolutely awful. And it's one of those things you remember, like, it kind of makes you want to go back and re-watch the early Batman series just to appreciate how absolutely dreadful it was. Well, that's way too big. Still way too big. do nicely. Okay, so on this one now, what I want to do is I'm going to isolate the internal layer. I'm just going to come here with this, and I'm just going to, oops, invert it so the internal, oh, well, I want the internal selected. I'm just going to extrude it backwards and drag it in like that. So that's just going to create some depth going back into the head. So this next bit, if I end up doing anything with it, I'm not going to end up changing the profile and creating any voids between the mask and the head. So I'm just going to Dynamesh that now. It's about 1,000, I think, give or take. Polish it. There we go. And then I'm just going to do a symmetry on. I'm just going to go clean up the outer part of this, which is the bit that's visible from the outside. Don't need to worry about the inner part. And the only bit I'm really concerned with, you see this outline here? I want to get that as clean as possible. And I'm not, you see this like little bit of tessellation I'm getting here where the edging is like triangulated. This is because I'm using the Sculptress Pro mode. When I do a polish operation on it in a minute, that's going to get cleaned up again with Dynamesh. I'll do Dynamesh and polish, and that will take out the triangulation on the corners. Yeah. I mean, Z Modeler is great for certain things as long as you've got a decent. You've got to have a decently low resolution mesh to be able to use it properly. The thing for me, it's obviously what I'm doing here is just working with my workflow. I want to kind of keep on a roll with the keeping things moving forward fast, so I can kind of see progress. And that's one of the keys, I think, is like when you're doing something, you want to make sure you can see that what you're doing is making a difference. If you spend a lot of time tinkering, and I'm guilty of it myself sometimes, and you know, you'll see every so often I'll spend time doing stuff that doesn't actually pay off, but it's like almost like a little bit of OCD in my brain, won't let it go. There we go. So that's Dynamesh now, polish turned on, that's all crisped up on the outside, so there we go. The mask is good. Let's clear the mask below. I'm just going to drag this down so it's closer to where he is. Figured out you spend more time trying to make something sharp with H polish than doing it. Yeah, well, I say it depends. I think what you'll find if you look at how you're doing it. So Adam, who's one of the guys who I do like tutoring with. The thing I've always find with Adam is he will go to a very small brush, and when you use a very small brush, you make a very small change, and you've got to try and repeat that all the way along. And trying to repeat a very small change repeatedly and repeatedly always ends up with everything going bumpy and lumpy and higgledy-piggledy. And I keep telling him you need to use the biggest brush you can get away with just to get your shapes blocked in. Use the small brushes for polishing and cleaning up and you know, doing very fine detail, but that should be like the last thing you do. So while you're working on a model in the early days, you want to be using a very, very big, broad brush stroke. I don't know why I've done this as an insert mesh, by the way. This is one of these things that you'll hear me say often. there's no one way of doing things. And sometimes the way you choose just depends on which way the wind's blowing at any moment in time. You know 20 or 30 different ways you could do something. You end up picking one, and it's not necessarily always the best way. Quite often you'll find yourself 3/4 of the way through something, realising you've screwed up and you've committed to something that you really should just dropped and left. This time I'm all right with it. Doesn't bother me. This doesn't. I'm happy with what I've just done. But I could have done this as a pendosphere, a cube. I mean, it could be that other shapes would have been far better for what I'm doing. But ultimately, you'll get yourself to a point where you can make anything out of anything. And that's just a confidence thing. That gets you to be able to kind of move a bit quicker and make things happen faster. What are these hats even called? Yeah, you can spend less time making decisions and more time making things happen. So. Yeah, Kelly, you were saying about the thing with Z-Modeler. Z-Modeler's great if you've got the topology for it, or if you create the topology for it. For me, that's getting the topology right to be able to use Z-Remesher is Z-Modeler. To get the topology right is like extra steps. And those extra steps are kind of going to slow me down and pull me back. So I'll try and avoid that unless I'm starting with primitives. I tend to use Z-Modeler for adding creases to things like cylinders before I subdivide them. Because when you subdivide a cylinder, it makes the edges roll over. Split hidden. No, you do what works for you. That's what it comes down to. And anything you see me do, that is not the be all and end all best way of doing anything. This is just how I work. And I realise I work differently to a lot of other people that you'll see online, because I've developed my own style. I haven't done this following tutorials. I haven't done it by going to college and university and whatever else and studying it. I've learnt it to suit my needs. So my workflow has been built up from that. And I don't have like a background in video game modelling or any of those kind of things that you find a lot of people do have. I think that's going to come up from there, isn't it? Okay, Louis, did you sign up to my school community, by the way? Sweet. So I'm going to be putting a few things on there, and I've had different people asking for different things, and one of the guys was talking about wanting to know how to monetize your models. So once you've made them, how do you go? What's the process of kind of putting them online and making money out of them? So we're going to talk through some of the on there. I'm going to set up some tutorials and walkthroughs and stuff to show you how to set products up on different stores, the pros and cons of using different stores as well. So I've used loads of them now. look at like marketing and various different things. So, nah, do you know what? There's nothing wrong with your models. They're as good as an awful lot of stuff that's out there on the market. A lot of people out there don't necessarily have your kind of self-criticism. So they'll do something and then they'll just throw it out and let it roll. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's down to the customers to decide whether they want to buy it. The biggest problem you'll have with it is if you do something that is commercially not very appealing to a lot of people, is the fact it can crash your confidence. So when you're sculpting stuff, you kind of go, oh my god, I'm rubbish, nobody wants to buy my stuff. And if that puts you off, it's like my son's just done his first grading for kickboxing, and some of the kids in that group, there's no way they should have ever passed. When you're watching them, they're like flailing around, they're punching, they're not even punching straight forward, they're punching like, you know, up, left, right, down, all sorts of directions. Like their arms are moving, but what they're hitting is beyond anybody's comprehension. So like these kids like don't look like they've got control of their own bodies. But every single kid in that group passed, got their first grade. And what it comes down to is it's nothing to do with the fact of whether they're competent or not. It's like at that stage in their training, you want them engaged, you want them to, like, you know, get on board, don't you? You don't want to have the kids being put off because, you know, oh, I'm crap, I couldn't even get my first belt and everything else, I don't want to go back and do any more. So it's about kind of, you know, building that confidence up. And different people will take different times to get there, you know what I mean? So some kids will carry on and they'll keep going until the grading starts failing, and some kids will then go, oh, I'm not interested anymore, I don't want to do it, I keep failing my grades. And other kids will actually crack down, persevere and keep going. I'll be honest, I'm tempted to take it up myself. I used to do akijitsu years ago. And I quite enjoyed it, but I ended up having to stop because of like the schedule and the timings and where it was and everything else. It was like I lived in the city. I lived well out of town, and then I worked in the city centre, and then my training session was like of an evening back in the city centre. So I'd finish work, go home, and then I'd end up having to like mission back into town. And it was just too much. It was too much back and forth for me. You know what I mean? I couldn't get my my slot changed to something that was like closer to when I was at work. The ideal would have been I'd finish work and then go, or go in the morning before work and whatever. But yeah, I think I was in my 20s when. I think I was in my early 20s when I did it. About 21, 22, I think I was when I did mine. There's a little. I'm trying to see what this is on a hat. You're talking centimeters and kilos, man. I've got to mentally try and convert that now. What's that? You about 6'2", give or take, is it, or 6'3"? Yeah, 6'3" and about 11, 12 stone. Oh, first the bush crash of the day. Good job I just saved it, isn't it? I don't think I even did anything to cause that then. It just crapped out on me. Gotta love ZBrush. Dude, do you know, it's mental over here with measurements. Like we buy milk in litres, but we buy beer in pints. Some bottles are in centilitres, some bottles are in what do you call it? Like gallons, and it's just nuts. It's like it's like all measurements exist. Let's use every single one of them, but let's change when we use it and make it conditional. It's like if I'm measuring a shelf, if I'm building a wall or something like that, I'm measuring it in millimeters. If we're doing my own height, it's feet and inches. If I'm doing weight, I'm cooking, I'm using grams and kilograms. For weight, it's stone and pounds. And if I speak to my dad about things, he uses different measurements to what I use. And obviously, being a war gamer, you end up using feet and inches as a default for measuring short distances. That last quick save will do the job nicely. So you do regular, what you like, use a standard measurement. I have to say that I do think I haven't travelled to Europe much for a long time now. But like buying beer in anything other than pints feels weird. I know where I'm at with the pint. Do you know what I mean? Is he on his way out? Is he? Or are you just hoping? I say, come on. Yeah, I feel like all of Europe seems to be about the same at the moment, doesn't it? The UK is full of like riddled with protests and stuff about the government. I better not say anything bad about them though, because they'll come and arrest me. It's mad here. They've got like, I think it was the last thing I saw was something like 12,000 people were arrested last year for things that they've posted online and tweeted, or you know, things that they said that were offensive to people. There's all these people being arrested for that, and yet they've just turned around and gone, do you know what? The prisons are a bit overcrowded here. Let's let all the murderers and all the really hardened criminals, let's let them out and give them shorter prison terms. But not these tweeters, not the people who sent the naughty tweets. Let's keep them in. For your birthday, you went on a protest and got chased by riot police. I mean, it's a memorable birthday, I imagine. I'm just going to go and remove some of the... I've saved this as Tamara now, so it's a new file. And I'm going to go and just remove some of the other models out of here. Because I think what happens sometimes is your files end up full of models that you're not actually using. Or for me it does anyway. So I'm going to go delete all on this one. Always okay. Lyria, let's delete all of Lyria. Warduke's sword, which was the base I used for Vice's sword, let's take that out. Joshua. Let's delete Joshua. This is Lysara, let's delete Lysara. Fireball, that can go. The booze bottle can go. Flower is not required for this model. Beige mesh, not required for this model. So which country would you look at then? Have you got anywhere kind of eyeballed that you think would be somewhere you'd consider? Voice out. Easy. Take that base. Right, now originally the base I've just deleted, which was a big oval shape. I was talking to Max, we were talking about using the oval bases for Tamara, so she's got the mount is like there. However, Max has play tested the game using the oval bases, and it's an absolute headache. So he's come to the conclusion, actually, we just need to use round bases for everything. So Tamara's going to be on a round base now. So what I need to do is I need to integrate a little bit of terrain into the bottom of this rockabow's footing, because it's not as stable as you would like it to be on its own. So I'm just going to smooth this up. Well, do you know what? You've got there's a lot of miniature companies in Spain. There's quite a few around, like America. You've got Reaper based up in Texas. If you fancy a little bit of Texas lifestyle. And I think an awful lot of them are in Poland. So as a sculptor, Poland could be a viable option. I mean, I'd certainly consider it if I was going to move. Like your manufacturing companies that are not Chinese are in Poland. Do you know what? Actually, I've seen a lot of good stuff about China online. I'd consider China even. I'd just have to figure out how the whole communist thing works over there. But everything I see with China these days, everything just looks like super high tech. Well, in Spain, you've got a company called Corvus Belli. They make Infinity. The other thing that's come out of Spain is Siocast. Now, the Siocast is a casting method rather than a miniatures company. But obviously, there's enough of an industry in Spain to warrant them actually producing it there. I think they're in Barcelona. Could be wrong. So it's making a rough feather. I say a rough feather. This will do perfectly with this film. If you're ever making wings, by the way, what you want to do is you want to look at the different types of feathers that are required. Because you'll look at a wing and there's like 4 or 5, I forget what they're called. There's 4 or 5 different types of feathers that appear in wings. What you want to do is make at least one variant of each. Detail them up kind of like this, but then maybe not fully detailed. You know, I do all of the lines on them, because if you have the exact same feather repeatedly, it looks a bit crap. And then once you've got the feathers on the wings, you've arranged them and you've lined them all up nice, I would then go in and do this level of detailing on it. But I say you don't want to be going in and doing that too soon, because, well, like I say, you end up replicating too much identical detail, and it has a bit of a detrimental effect on the overall piece. So you're always best just doing Yeah, and this is what I say, mate. I mean, if you were looking at someone like Corvus Belli, the style that I sculpt in is a very good match for them. Just because they do like a true scale kind of model. So you're then practicing in the right kind of scale. But again, whatever kind of company you decide you'd like to go and work for, you need to buy some of their models, physical miniatures, and copy them, and that will kind of help you to learn their style. Right, so she has got profiled the top of her eyes wrong because I did zoomed out too much. She has quite big eyes, and the top of her eyes are quite flat. You always want to make sure there's a sufficient distance from the eyeball to the eyelash, so the outside of the eyelids, so that you've got enough. You've got enough room that when you actually enough room. You've got enough physical distance between the two things that there's actually a step on the model, because otherwise your eyeball ends up blending into the rest of the face and it doesn't look like a separate thing. Appendisphere for, come on, appendisphere for the hair. Alright guys, if anybody hasn't already signed up to it as well, by the way, I've got a there's a link in the description of the video, but there is a course that I'm running which starts on the 15th of September, so about 2 weeks time, and it's a miniature sculpting course, basically looking at a little bit of ZBrush orientation right at the beginning, going into character design, sculpting techniques, all the kind of stuff you need to be able to kind of sculpt models like the way I do, which is obviously it's more sculpty rather than you know, the modeling, if you like. Talk about character design theory, give you some base meshes to use, get you some tools that you can use to up your 3D printing game, show you how to get the best out of your supports. And yeah, basically get your models sale ready, essentially. So if you're wanting to do sculpting for a living, or you want to do it as a side hustle, like our mate Keller on stream right now, you can sign up for that. It's cheaper now as well. It's on a bit of a discount if you buy it now before the 15th. It's easy done. I'm doing a video for supports at the moment, actually. I did a little YouTube video the other day, just showing the end result of some supports, like the supports I use. It's better to use too many than not enough, but there are tips for how you place supports, what kind of supports to use, what tip sizes and stuff like that. So if I just show you quickly here, let me switch back to the other camera. Let me put my light on so you can see. So I've got the I'm showing the model to the bloody light rather than the camera. So, in fact, let me switch to my other camera. Is it going to be easy for you to see on there? Whoosh. There we go. So that's the elf monk model. So this is in the sculpting course as a freebie. Project homework is basically getting painted, because painting miniatures gives you a really good understanding of what to be doing when you're sculpting. I don't know if you can see how I do the supports on these, but you see there's an awful lot of gaps and you can see straight through. So basically what you want is all of these supports to be able to pull away from the model separately, so nothing crosses over. This strand of supports don't touch this strand of supports. They're all independent of each other. So every cluster of supports on a model is going to be able to pull away. And the reason for it is when we get this model, so this has been, I should probably be wearing gloves by now, but this is it's washed and cleaned and air dried, but it hasn't been like cured yet. So at this point now, we just go like that. There's one last little support in there which I've fluffed and left on. That now is completely clean and ready for painting. Well, it needs like 3 minutes of curing, but otherwise it's that quick and easy. And that was, like I say, that's the support structure for it. So everything's supported, all the details are captured, and it removes without any divots. There's no dinks in there. There's literally no damage to the model. So, you know, that's like what, 8 years of practice and refining technique. But I'll teach you that, and I'll show you that how to do it anyway. I'm working on a video on YouTube for it, so all of the technique I used to create those supports, that's going onto a YouTube video shortly. And in the meantime, I'm going to get this dude painted. So I'm doing my homework before it starts. I've got my other one here stuck to his base. So, I've got a small army of these. I had to make sure if I did a mistake, I had enough of them ready to go. So, yep. Got to do your homework, mate. Right, back to the sculpting stream. Right, so this is hair back here. So I'm going to pull the hair back like this. I'm going to do it into like a big braid. So I'm going to do that after we've posed her. So with the hair, what I like to do, form up the strands, draw them in, and then come back in with the H polish and just tidy up some of the edges. when you're doing the hair strands, always turn your symmetry off, because there's few things that are more jarring on a model than when you have symmetry used too much on a model. You can get away with using symmetry on the entire face as long as you've got asymmetrical details in there somewhere. So sculpting a beard, get the bulk of the beard in, detail it, put all the hair strands on, like asymmetrically. It takes a little bit longer, but you'll see there's a night and day difference between them. Excuse me. So Kelly, are you gonna get your dwarf and your orc painted up? Try give them a go and see how they look. Depends if you want to spend more time on them, I think, because there's a lot of learning to be had from what you've already done. But at the same time, if you know you can do better, the main thing I always say to people is when you've sculpted something, 3D print it, put it on the table and write down all of your criticisms of it, everything you see, before you show it to anybody else and get anybody else's opinion. Go through all the things that you see, and everything you're not happy with, you write down on a list. And then when you do your next piece, choose one of those things to focus on. You can try and focus on a few things, but just pick one that you want to kind of nail and get right. So, like you said about female faces, maybe you want to nail that so you can do more female characters. Get some reference images. Do everything from reference. Don't try and do anything from your head. Get some reference images of models that you like the look of and try and replicate them. Copy something that you like. The thing you've got to be careful of is when you get something that's stylized and you copy it. Yes, 100%, mate, 100%. And you don't even need to do good faces on them, it seems, because some of the Kickstarters I've seen, the sculpting is appalling, and the only thing that they've done is give them massive boobs. And you know what? Actually, let me just double check, because just as a point of interest on that, I did a Kickstarter a while back for a barbarian, and I did. My initial version of it was quite athletic, so she had smaller boobs, small hips, elven kind of physique essentially, and like barbarian get up kind of thing. And she was like the intention was that she was going to be a pin-up character. And I showed my friend AJ, and she's like fantastic artist, really kind of she does some beautiful pin-up work herself. Like she paints it. She does like Final Fantasy characters. I think she's done an Aeris and a Tifa pin-up poster things. So she sells it herself. And she literally turned around to me and went, there's two things you could do to improve this model. And I went, what do you mean? And she went, there's two things that you need to change to make it better. I'm like, right, okay, yeah. So I ended up doing the athletic version and then the XL version, and the XL version got the Kim Kardashian treatment. So she got her boobs enhanced massively, and she also got a kind of a hips widened out and a bum rounded out. And the one thing I never checked, and I don't know why I didn't check it, I should have. The one thing I didn't check was which one sold more, because I fulfilled them through. I had 323 backers on that project, and I don't know if I ever checked to see which one sold the best. So, see, some of them we were selling here. So we had the STL for the athletic one. We have 13 backers on. XL we had 14 backers on. So there's one more person there on the early birds. Athletics 26 backers. XL only 9 actually. Early bird, athletic and XL 63. And then 124. So that's 185, 188, is it? No, 187, sorry. Went for both. See, this was the problem. I didn't separate them out. That's why I didn't check it. I didn't separate out the... didn't separate out the items into different pledges. They were available as a combined pledge. And the combined one sold more, so I don't know if that was just people decided I'll spend the extra couple of quid and get it. It was £7 for one of them, or it was £10 for the pair. So yeah, most people went for the combined one because what's a few quid, you know what I mean? But interestingly, when people were buying singles, there wasn't an awful lot in it. Oh, sorry, there was actually. It was the athletic sold better. And the difference on this one was, I'll show you the... that's the difference there. You can tell there, just much bigger boobs, much bigger hips. Everything else was the same. It's interesting. I think next time I wish I'd kept them separate just to see. But righty then. So back to Tamara. I'm gonna do a necktie. Yeah, the one thing I would urge caution on though is if you do decide to go down the route of pin-ups and stuff with big boobs, you'll get a lot of flack from people who are kind of criticising what you're doing. But that does not mean you're not going to sell a load of them. So you'll find there's a lot of people are very vocal about things, but they're not even necessarily going to be customers. So ultimately, don't listen to them. You got to listen to the people who are going to buy from you. Yeah, you'll always get it. Like I say, you can't please everybody, and some people are more critical and whatever else. And then the internet always brings out the worst of people, doesn't it? As well, you know what I mean? The keyboard warriors who'll sit there and criticise from the comfort of their own home. without actually being able to do better. Because the thing is that, I mean, honestly speaking, even if it is complete shit, somebody just saying that's complete shit doesn't help you, does it? It's like you need critical feedback. And I'm always happy with that. I'm always happy to get critical feedback. The one thing I'm not happy to get is, I don't like that. Or, that's rubbish. Do you know what I mean? It's like, if you don't like it, that's fine. That doesn't matter. Because it's down to taste, isn't it? Different people have different tastes and different things appeal to different people. So just because one person says, I don't like this, so what? Somebody says I'm offended by something, so what? It's subjective, it's individual. What offends one person will not offend another person. And the problem is the people who are offended and the people who are upset by something are the ones who are going to be shouting the loudest. So you just got to be careful not to listen to them without. Because if you worry about offending people and you worry about upsetting people, there's going to be so much stuff you're just going to kind of avoid and not do altogether. And realistically, there's no reason not to. So here's an example for you. The barbarian post. So if you look at most of the female miniatures in my miniature range, they're all fairly sensibly clothed. That's partly my own choice. But at the time when I started to sculpt these figures, there was quite a lot of people out there kind of going, oh, you know, all female miniatures are over-sexualised. Why do they always have to have, you know, chainmail bikinis and stuff when the blokes are wearing full plate mail? You know, why do they always get the scanty outfits and everything? So there was all this kind of conversation going on, and I kind of listened to some of that, and I was like, you know what? Actually, I want to make females in proper armour. I want to make them look, you know, how you would expect them to be if they're on par with the male characters. So I sculpted all these female characters. And not a single one of them came even close to selling as many as that pin-up barbarian, who was wearing a kind of a shredded bikini top and a tiny little like leather thong. Do you know what I mean? Like the amount of that one model that is sold just outstrips any other female model I've ever produced. And it's just, it's telling. Do you know what I mean? It's very telling. But if I'd have listened to all the people who were going on about, you know, I was, you know, women wearing sensible gear and all this kind of stuff, it's like, okay. But those people then don't, you know, they shout loud about it, but they don't necessarily then translate into becoming customers who are going to buy that thing from you. They're happy that they've influenced you and they've changed your mind and made you do something in a particular way, particular style. It doesn't necessarily mean they're going to support you properly. So yeah, just choose your influences carefully is the point. Sorry, choose what you allow to influence you carefully. If you can see here, I'm using quite a big brush for virtually everything here because I don't want the details to be too small. One of the things we'll look at in the sculpting course actually is about character design. And part of your character design is knowing when to rein it back a little bit. So just because you can like zoom in this far and sculpt tiny little bits of detail doesn't mean you should. This is why the painting aspect is very important, because you need to make sure what you're sculpting is paintable. we've just passed into 12 o'clock. I'm just going to take a quick leg stretch break because my leg is aching still from when I stabbed myself with a scalpel the other day. So I'm going to just go grab myself a cup of coffee, get my legs stretched, and we'll be back in just a minute with resuming where we are. Okay, guys, so coffee, absolutely. I started the stream with half a cup of cold coffee. I can't bring myself to drink it, so I'm going to go and refill it. Just remove my microphone. I'll be back in 2. Catch you in a minute, guys, don't go away. Okay, guys, back now. Got me coffee. And a little biscuit to keep me ticking over as well. Right then. So, I'm going to duplicate the body. And on this one, I'm going to remove the head, neck, hands, now they're all individual polygroups, so I can hide them out. Let's delete hidden. Right, let's start packing this out and get some detailing done. Again, biggest brush size you can get away with. You haven't got to press hard, so big doesn't mean it's going to be kind of like over the top detail. So using a big brush but going lightly with it. I'm going to inflate everything here just a touch because it's clothing and I want it to be bigger than the base mesh underneath. Right, now she is going to have like a tassely skirt kind of thing. Not a tassely skirt, what am I talking about? Ignore me. She's going to have like a long jacket, which is split into 4 tail sections. But they're going to be directional based upon the movement we put on her in the actual like finished sculpt when she's posed. So I don't want to start putting those tails in now because they're going to become an absolute pain in the arse later. So instead, we're going to leave them off and just get the rest of the details on. So from here, bump the detail up. We're going to draw down. This bit needs to... No, that bit's fine actually. So from here, we're going to go down. Now here is when it's going to start flaying out for the So she has got an extra layer of stuff going on here. So with this, what I'm going to do is refine the edges. She's got some annoying bits of detail, actually. Let me just pull the other version of her up. We've got two versions of her artwork, and I believe they're both quite similar. Where are you, Tamara? Get even less out of the second one, unfortunately. Make it into the file as well. So I'm looking at the drawings here, trying to just analyze a couple of things. So we've got like, just zoom in here. So we've got a couple of buttons here. We've got like a seam, which I've just done the seam line. Then we've got these kind of like clip, like fastenings across the front. So it looks like we've got like a double-breasted kind of like overlay here. Then we've got this jackety bit coming around the side. And then we've got the thing here, so there's got to be a split down the middle of this as well. What I'm trying to do in my mind, I'm trying to interpret this into what this outfit actually looks like without the straps and without all the obstructions. And this is one of the things I think when you have 2D art done, it's quite easy to just put a bit of detail in there because it looks cool, but then not consider like everything, if that makes sense. So then I've got to try and interpret that into something 3D, and it can be quite tricky. Excuse me, my pom-poms just dropped off. So I've got these little microphone cover fluffy ball pom-pom things. If I drop it on the floor, I know the dog's going to get it. Okay, so I think I've got this down. just realised I've not been on my multi-stream chat. If anybody's on YouTube or Facebook, apologies, I've not been ignoring you. I've had the wrong stream on. I've just missed any conversation that's been going on. Oops. New bearer. Just scrub this lot away because we're going to add this back in afterwards with a couple of cubes stretched out with a bit of geometry added. I'll deal with the tails of the coat, but we need to pose first for that. I'm going to ignore the buttons on here is what I've decided, by the way. So I'm putting the detail in. Putting that little bit of detail in, but what I'm going to do, I'm going to go with the clip fastenings instead. Well, it's worth doing properly. What, you furring up? Did I show you a good way of doing fur? Go for it. Pop it into the Discord, mate, and I'll bring it up and we'll have a gander. Let's have a look. Oh, I haven't even opened Discord. Nice. Do you know, he's got a really hobgoblin vibe about him, this guy has. Actually, do you know, it reminds me of, is it the Hobgoblins in Legend of Zelda? Breath of the Wild. No, not Breath of the Wild. Tears of the Kingdom. They weren't in Breath of the Wild, I don't think. The cave dwelling ones that crawl around the ceiling. Now I know. So I know we don't need any fur on her or anything like that. But if let me just show you quickly. If I was going to give her a fur mantle or something, right? Let me just show you how I'd do it, because it might help you to speed up what you're doing. So the first thing you do is you roughly shape the fur area. Okay, so we're going to give it. So she doesn't need this. This isn't part of her model. It's not part of her design at all. So we're just going to bulk out the area where the fur is going to go. And I'm not going to be neat with this. This kind of being able to do this is really good from a point of view of being able to dynamically design things. You want to be able to get something in quick and try and figure out if it works before you spend loads of time refining it. Don't if you haven't got a concept and you're working in 3D and you're concepting in 3D like I do, you don't want to spend an awful lot of time doing something to figure out that it then doesn't work, because it's going to just break you and demoralize you. Okay, so with like the base there done, first thing I'm going to do symmetry off. Well, I've not had symmetry on at all during this whole fur thing, but with symmetry off, get a decent sized brush, not too big, and I'm just going to draw some tufts like this. And I want to go directionally, so whichever direction the fur is going. So pick the point where, like, you know, like the crown of your head kind of thing. So here we've got like an internal kind of attachment, say. So the fur is going to be going away from that internal part. So we're going to go this way like that. And then down. And you don't have to worry about overlaps or anything at this stage. Just get the kind of the clumps in. Mabel drinking, because for some reason she's not had a drink all morning and she's suddenly decided she's going to guzzle. Okay, so we've got like some real big, broad, roughy tufty things going on now. Next thing to do, grab snake hook on the ends of some of these. Just going to nudge just a little bit to give it a little bit of direction, but only at the tips. You don't want to go all in the same direction. You don't want to pull every single one either. Just occasional ones for a little bit of breaking up the monotony of it. Okay, and now with that bit done, we're going to go into orb cracks. Yeah, that's it. Finish with orb cracks. You're learning. But when I do orb cracks, I'm not going to go down the whole strand in one thing. I'm going to wave it round. And not always the same. I'll make sure you got laser mouse on for this bit. And the important thing is that your strands don't cross. Okay, so we don't want any of the stranding you do not want it to cross another strand. Carve back into it as well. Yeah, it does, but what you'll find, and the reason I don't do that is because, I mean, once you get the hang of doing this, it's really easy and quick. It is monotonous, give you that. But once you start using like tools and stamps and things like that, what you'll find is you've got all these different clumps of fur to do. And everything's going to look like a little bit too cookie cutter, everything's going to look the same. And it won't have that natural look about it. So there we go. There is some rough fur. And again, you can come back in then with your snake hook mesh, snake hook brush, just to clean a few bits up. And remember, it doesn't matter what it looks like on the screen. What matters here is how it prints. Because this isn't a piece of like 2D art that's going to be admired on the computer. This is something 3D that you're going to be putting onto a tabletop and kind of playing games with, painting, you know, enjoying it as a physical thing. So what matters is what it looks like on the table. And then the last thing I do is just do a little bit of a Dynamesh with polish, and that'll just kind of clean the whole thing up. And then turning that off, it's going to carve back in at the base just to kind of create a little bit more depth. So this layer here where I'm carving in, if you're using a wash, like an ink wash, this is where all your ink will fall. And we want the base of the model to be the darkest. So you want it to be lighter at the tips, you want less concentrated like, detail lines at the end and more at the base. And that way you know the ink washes are going to fall where you want them. So remember, most people are going to paint this with contrast paints, washes, dry brushes maybe. You've got to kind of allow the detail to kind of help that, if that makes sense. So the only thing I'd do here is like some of these like bits. Just shape the tips a bit if that's a bit too rounded. There you go. So if I was giving her a like a fur mantle, that's what it should have. Now the other thing to do as well with your guy, you don't want to go from this to bare skin because it's going to look like he's wearing like old boots or something like that. So for your one, let's delete that. Oh, that's it. Look, we're going for, mate. So for your guy here, so let's make sure I've got this duplicated. Save it. Let's say this middle bit here is where we've got the fur. Okay, we're gonna have the big fur here. So clay build up, like your guy's got now. Ideally, when you're doing this, you want to start with the lowest layers and then build up to the higher ones, so you get your layering right with your fur. Okay, so again, we'll just get the orb cracks brush, do a few little pulls here and there just to straighten these bits out. Our orb cracks. Now with that bit done, what I would then do is just without the clumping and the building up, blend it into the skin. With just a few little, and don't go mad with this. Don't go like nuts. You want to get in the thickest part, you want the biggest, longest clumps of fur, like here. And then you've got to feather it down into much smaller, lighter strands to the point where you're barely doing anything. You're doing tiny little. Do you get what I'm saying? And that'll then, that'll blend it back in. So if you've got a hairy forearm, you might want to take this bit here going up, like up. Yeah, definitely do that after posing. Take the hairy forearm a little bit up the like the upper arm, up the bicep or the tricep a little bit. What have I got here? My microphone is unmuted but has no signal. Transform my Hollow Knight stream. I don't have one. Right, let's delete that. So I'm just checking notifications. I've got a few little exclamation marks on my account. Now Tamara has also got this extra Hey, but what's your beef? What's the matter? What are you mad at? Yes, sorry, I didn't finish that what I was saying. Tamara's got this it's like a bolero jacket. I thought it was a riding hood to start with, but actually I can see the sleeves are attached to it. Like a riding cloak. So again, any item of clothing, there's two ways I typically approach it. Either mask it off the body. Carl over on Facebook, good afternoon, hope you're doing well, matey. I would either mask off the area, do an extraction, and then solidify the extraction. So typically the extraction is going to come out with a kind of a hollow interior. So I delete the interior, fill it so it's a solid block, and then from there we go off and sculpt the clothing, polish up the edges, clean up the shape and whatever else. The other way of doing it, which I probably do more often, is I duplicate the body. Dynamesh the whole thing, sculpt the clothing directly onto that layer of body, and then just clip off and remove any bits I don't want by creating meshes or hiding bits and deleting the bits I've hidden and whatever else. So yeah, this one here was the upper body cloned, and then kind of going on to the what do we call it now? Going on to sculpt the actual item of clothing directly onto the bit of body that was left. Now by adding Sculptress Pro mode on here, it's creating topology as I need it, so I don't have to worry about redoing my Dynamesh or anything else. I can just keep sculpting and shaping it as I want. Not every brush has dynamic topology, so the move brushes typically don't, except for Snake Hook. Snake Hook definitely does. Just polishing up this collar that's part of her jacket. So worth noting here as well, the jacket also has the armour attached to it, so there's like some shoulder pads, pauldrons as part of it. are you, dick? When did that last save? That's the whole Bolero. Subtool duplicates. You just love how ZBrush crashes at a moment. Well, I say a moment's notice. That implies you get notice that it's going to crash, doesn't it? Just crashes willy-nilly. I'm literally just redoing the detail I've just done on the Bolero kind of jacket. Quicker the second time round, but very nice not to have had to have done that. inflate the bits of the front there for the gloves. But what I will do, I'm going to add the cuffs on separately. And the cuffs on these are up at the top of the glove. Okay, so okay, right. Shoulder pads. Okay, so I'll say before, one of the times I do use Z Modeler is for things like this. You're going to come into the mesh, hover over here, go to, well, press the space bar to bring up this menu, go to crease, and I want to crease edge loop complete. And you'll see it says crease edge loop complete when I hover over the line, so I know it's doing it. I can go that side, and then we come this side. And then when I subdivide this, click over here, we go divide, 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 delete lower. It keeps the edges nice and crisp. Now, if I hadn't done that crease, they'd like round off, and we'd end up with like this weird star pattern where all these polys would be pulling in towards the middle, which we don't want. So that's how you get around it. Crease the edges first, and job's good. Right, the arm up here. So, best to mask this off maybe. No, I won't. I'm gonna slice it and do it with slices. So first slice is going this way. Group, polish, Dynamesh. Okay, right then. That's the top armour. Again, I realise there are procedural ways to do these kind of things, using curves and polygroups and all that kind of business, but not for me, thank you. polish out the inside edge there. Shoulder pads are done. Let's get the straps, like a harness kind of thing. Okay, so typically when I'm doing like something like this, it's cylinder. I'm not going to bother doing the edge crease on this one because actually the cylinder's so thin at this point that when I divide it, the rounding barely is visible. I'm going to use the biggest brush possible again. These belts, they kind of look like fabric rather than actual belts. I've got some little creases in them. Save again. I'm going to get in this habit. Every time I do a little bit of something that is worth keeping, I'm going to save it. I'm going to duplicate it. I'm going to mirror it and weld it. Oh no, not mirror and weld, so we're just going to mirror it. And then in the middle, I'm going to put like a buckle. Maybe like a shield-shaped buckle. Just in the middle, I'm just going to scrub out the I'm just going to pull this one over the top. So and a little cube, shrink it. Insert mesh primitive. And for a cylinder on the end. Weld. Button in the middle. Yeah, dude, cut corners where you can, man. That's the whole point. The whole thing with the commercial workflows is trying to figure out where you can save time and effort. So some of the things you might want to try is saving out certain aspects. So like we're saying about hands, I hate doing hands. I always mean to sit down and sculpt a whole hand library so that I can just draw, you know, I can just pick the hands out that I want and just insert them into my mesh. But I hate doing hands, so I always put off doing that job, which is helpful, do you know what I mean? But So yeah, just do things that are going to save you time, essentially. I'm going to put one of these up here. It's not on the drawing, but it is going to be in the model now. I don't mind posing. Posing's the point where things start to come to life. Something that looks quite wooden can start to look more animated and real or realistic. And a good pose can really like make a model, and equally a bad pose can kill it and make it look flat. So you do need to just be a little bit kind of. You can do a minimal pose without having to go all in, but you still want it to be. You still want a bit of movement in it. Like if I'm doing a character who's very static and stoic and not moving, I would probably add movement in the form of like wind. So you'd have like a jacket would be billowing to the side, his hair will be billowing to the side or something like that. So there's some movement in there even if the model is static. And that way you don't have to go over the top of your actual posing, but you still create an element of drama and movement. There you are. So I was looking for Mabel then. It started to rain outside and I thought she was going to be outside getting drowned. The door's open, but she's a plonker, so she'll sit out there in the rain. Okay, save. Feel like she's coming together quickly now. Got gloves. Append the cylinder. Shrink it. Bring it around. Rotate it to fit. Divide, delete lower. So the split on this one is kind of up here. Time we do this, always just clean up the insides of that. Does make a bit of a difference. Just make it nice and sharp. And then for the top part here, well, I was just take the edge off and roll it over. You could probably use like a bevel tool or something for this. And because it's the top of a glove, I'm just going to take a little bit out there, just to give it a little bit of a dip in. There you go. And then we're going to add with lazy mouse on, but with that off. Bump the resolution, polish it, and I'm just going to add a little bit of. It's too strong. Just so it doesn't look like it's like a rigid, like metallic cuff or anything like that. I want to give it a bit of a fabric texture. mirror and weld. Right, on base mesh here, we're going to set the hands. I'm going to inflate the hands because the fingers are going to be too thin on this naturally, and she's wearing gloves, so. Right, we come to her trousers. Trousers are really straightforward, so I don't even need to do anything with them. I'm just going to leave the legs bare. I'll just add some creases once we depose the legs. And then we come to her boots. Boots are also really simple, so I'm just going to dynamesh them together. Okay, quick save. Bloody rain. Good job. I've got to pick the kids up in the car tonight and go and take them for a swimming lesson because the rain is absolutely torrential. Do not fancy walking down the road in that in a bit. Right, now, I'm never sure with these if this is part of the. I think it's like a shoe under a. Like there's like a calf wrap and then a shoe at the bottom, I think. I think that's the intention anyway. I'm just roughing in the sole of the shoe down here. So my plan is I'm going to mask it off, invert it, we're going to grab the bottom of the shoe, we're going to drag it down, and then I'm going to slice the bottom straight off. Here again, just like I did on the other one, I'm going to add some, turn that off first. Some of these are inverted, some are not. I'm going to try and not use just one type of stroke when you're doing like fabric folds. Do I think good renders sell more models? Possibly. So here's the thing, right? So when the 3D printing miniatures thing boomed, beginning of like lockdown and whatever else, I was making models that were designed to be made as miniatures. That was my whole thing. My whole business was made around miniatures, and it was about making physical products. So before I even sold STL files, I sold physical miniatures that were like cast resin or metal, both. So everything, let me just come off this a second. So yeah, everything I produced was made as a physical model. And then I became aware that STLs were a thing, and then I switched up my my business model to sell STL files. Now, when I first started, there wasn't that much. The printers had like a 50 micron, 55 micron screen resolution, so my models were actually too detailed to go and be printed on these, you know, the original Anycubic Photon and original Elegoo Mars. So I had to pare the detail back a little bit. So I went in there and I just modified the sculpts so that they could be printed well on a Mars, like a 55, 57 micron resolution printer. That was where I started, but I was still focused on miniatures. And I rendered them up, but they were, you know, they were designed to be miniatures. Then when COVID happened and lockdown happened and loads of people got furloughed, loads more people jumped on the bandwagon. So it went from like being 40 of us producing STL files and selling them in the marketplace, who were mostly miniatures people. We suddenly had a mass influx of people who'd got like video game backgrounds, who had got, you know, other graphic design backgrounds coming in, but whose business wasn't rooted in miniatures. So we had this these guys were coming in and they were making like unprintable models, like stuff that would never work on a tabletop. Companies like Lou Epic, all these big studios, they were going and hiring like Filipino artists who were video game artists, getting them to make models. And what they did was they produced really, really, really nice renders of everything. But at the same time, what we had was, where my audience was always people who like miniatures, people who play miniature games, we suddenly found everyone in lockdown. Nobody could go to the gym, nobody could do their usual hobbies. So 3D printing boomed, because you could get a 3D printer, put it in your house, and then magically create stuff to keep you busy. But obviously you got a limited build size, so people are kind of going, all right, I bought this 3D printer, it's clearly magic. What can I produce on it now? What can I put on it? And we had, hey Crazy Jaws, how you doing? Yeah, this is the thing, and it's all down to your understanding of what you're producing, and this is what I'm coming to, I suppose. For me, it was always miniatures. All these other guys come in and kind of go, oh, there's money to be made here. Let's start selling stuff, and they start producing nice. Dragon's Lair, Zach, how you doing, matey? Yep, big pile of shame. So we have this whole, what do we call it now? We have this like dynamic happened where people discovered 3D printers. They were at home printing stuff, but looking for things to print. And then they discovered miniatures off the back of that. So, hey, Adam, how you doing, mate? Instead of having a massive customer base who know what they're talking about, we've now got a completely naive customer base they've never dabbled in miniatures. They didn't know miniatures existed until they got a 3D printer and were looking for things to print. So you've got a completely naive customer base, and then we've got these completely naive sculptors. And behind that, we've got these people with a wad of cash, seeing pound signs in their eyes or dollar signs in their eyes, paying the naive sculptors to make over-detailed miniatures. They've got no quality control of their own. They don't understand what the end product either. They're not hobbyists. And then they're selling it to end users who are also not hobbyists. They're also not miniature enthusiasts and things. So we have this perfect storm that allowed an industry that had been fairly stable for 30, 40 years to suddenly spiral out. And like people like myself, if you get my model in your hand and you sit down and try and paint it, unanimously people will love the models. People love my figures when they're actually sitting down to paint them. But if you see my model in a render next to something from, say, Loot Studios, the Loot Studios one is more detailed. And people go, more detail is better. No, more detail is not better. More detail is worse for miniatures, because you need areas where you can paint. You need to rein it back a little bit. You guys have probably heard me say loads of times, there's a point where you sculpt something on a model that is so fine and so delicate and so superficial that when you print that, even if you manage to print it onto the model, the minute you threaten it with a coat of paint, it's gone, it's lost. It's a wasted effort, but what it does is it creates this illusion of detail equals quality. It's the opposite. So for a really good miniature, you want this like 70-30 balance. So what you want to be looking at is, for the entire miniature, yeah, Adam, more details, awful. Yeah, too much over design, Crazy Jaws, absolutely. Painting is a nightmare. I always try and do it so that I can paint a model. I don't like using dry brushing, and I don't like using just relying on washes to be able to paint stuff. I like to be able to actually paint the details in. If I'm painting hair, I'll paint the strands of hair onto the model, just because that's my preference. That's how I've been painting for 35 years. I've done all the different techniques, and what I like now is I like to be able to paint the details in. I sculpt models that I can paint, that I like to paint. Whereas a lot of the other guys you'll see out there, not only will they not paint their own models, but most of them won't even print them. So if you're not, you'll learn, and anybody who's like following me and is taking advice from me or anything else, you will know that you'll learn an awful lot when you try and support your own models. And also when you've got a 3D printed model in your hand, how different that will look to what it looks like on the screen. And then when you've got that, you can kind of critically analyze it and kind of say, well, actually, do you know what? I need to do this, this, and this to improve that, and I'll take that into my next sculpt. So there's a learning process that happens, like a continual improvement when you are printing your stuff. When you paint it, that takes it even a step further, because then you get the appreciation of painting the models and what the end user's going through and their pains and trials and tribulations that they're going to be facing when they're trying to paint the model that you've sculpted. So it's a really good practice to kind of like do the end-to-end cycle. So if you're not already in there, I've got there's a link to it in the description. I've just set up a school community, which is SKOOL. And the whole basis, it's free to join. You can sign up and whatever else, but there'll be loads of tutorials in there, loads of like little mini videos and mini snippets and things, discussion threads and things like that. And it'll all be about kind of like trying to help people level up the hobby in various aspects. And it's focused on like an end-to-end appreciation of the miniature cycle. So we start with like character design, theory and all that kind of stuff, moving into the actual sculpting process, then going off into support engineering. And I was saying earlier on as well, as an example, I'll see if I've got another one here. I've got some other one. Yeah, here we go. Let me switch to my other camera. So for supports, for example, I do all my own supports. They're all engineered. If I go over here now, I'll show you this one. I did one of these on stream earlier because I've got a load of them on my desk. But this is one of my models supported. What we're saying there, Crazy Jaws, a tip you tell people when they look at renders is to zoom out. Yeah, zoom out until it's the same size as it would be in real life, and you'll get a good idea of the details, what details do and don't show. I mean, ultimately, if you're sculpting models, the best thing you can ever do for yourself is to buy a 3D printer and do this, support the models. Because doing this is a challenge in itself sometimes. And there was a model from Daybreak, I think it was, I had years ago. And I downloaded it and I looked at it and I was like, I can't print that. I can't do it. And I did island detection, and there was something in the region of like 1,500. The model was in about 8 parts, and one part of this model had like 1,500 supports in 1,500 islands, where they used an insert mesh to create hair, and they'd done all these individual strands and things. It was just a nightmare. You can't do it. If they'd have even tried to have printed it, they'd have realised that it was onto a loser. But ultimately, that model got removed anyway because it was like a Space Wolf hero kind of thing. It was really, really nice model, but Games Workshop obviously had them by the nuts on that one, made them take it off. But by doing the supports properly and not having it too detailed, maintaining the smooth areas where you can put the paint in there, we can just like pull the supports away, and it's ready to go. Like that was like what, 2 seconds, and the supports have all come off. The model's clean, it's ready to paint. And you can see I've got these big areas at the back here. So I'm saying about a 70-30 ratio. There's 30% detail areas and 70% is big smooth spaces. Like this, you don't want to over detail every aspect of it because it becomes an absolute nightmare to kind of deal with. But all of these areas, like on the front here, the front facing, which is the main part of the model, which is the main area. This is not going to show now, is it? There we go. So you can just about see on there, we've got some detail around the belt area. There's a couple of buckles on his hips. He's got his face, obviously, which is a detail area. Around his wrist, there's some bandages. On the other wrist, there is like a little armoured bracer and a little round of kind of beads, like a bead bracelet. And there is a little bit of detail on his boots, on his shoes, but for the most part, this guy is like pretty simple. He's simplified and stylized, and that's the kind of thing that's going to make your it's going to take you from making statues to making models, making miniatures. Yeah, no worry, Adam. You take it easy, mate. I'll catch up with you later. We'll sort out a schedule to have our next tie-up, okay? Enjoy the rest of your day, mate. So yeah, so I mean, coming back to the original question, because I've realised I've just veered off a little bit. The people who were selling the sexy renders with the high detail and all this kind of stuff were probably selling more than I was. And it's a weird one. It's kind of, do you want people to buy your models or do you want people to enjoy the models? And for me, yeah, I want the sales. I want people to buy them. I want people to enjoy them. I want people to sit down and paint the models and love them. Do you know what I mean? But the stuff that you're getting from some of these big studios where they're making these really lovely renders and stuff like that, you can't print them. There's too much detail in there. If you can print them, you can't really paint them. The Loot Studios ones, I've said this loads of times, you see them painted. Quite often when you see them painted, they're like 6 inches tall. There was a pirate theme they had a while back, and I remember looking at it, and it was I was thinking like, "Oh God, there's a lot of detail in there. They're almost like true scale models." I was like, "There's an awful lot of detail in there," and they showed it painted, and they had it all in scenery and everything like that. And I thought, they've got to have faked that because they can't have done it. And then there was another photo showing the same model with all the scenery still, and there was like a woman in the picture, and like this thing was nearly half the size of her head. This model was, and I'm like, you're just lying to people. Do you know what I mean? Giving them false expectations. You want to be able to kind of show people what they can actually do with the model. And on this topic as well, there's another thing that really kind of gets my goat, which is the topic of scale. Because when you sculpt a model, you need to sculpt it in scale, which means like the size of the textures and everything else. So when you make a model that's 32mm scale, and you take a model that's like 75mm scale, you can't just take a 75mm model and shrink it to 32mm model and have it work. It won't happen, because there's minimum wall tolerances and things you've got to maintain. Like, I tend to work on like a 1mm to 1.2mm minimum wall thickness for like things like spear shafts and sword blades and whatever else. Sometimes I go thinner than that, but like I aim for around about there. And you know there's enough like rigidity in it that it'll stand the test of being printed and whatever else. I've got another one here for you to show you. That was a 2-second removal of the supports then, if you saw it. But like here, like this sword, it's quite thick. The handle's quite thick. But the resin I use, it's got a good amount of flex in there. But the sword's not going to just warp and bend of its own accord. If the sword was thinner, so say if this was a 75mm model that I had in my hand, and then we shrunk this down to 32mm scale, which is where it's at the moment, what would happen is this sword would become so thin that under its own weight here, it'll be like a wisp of resin, and it'd just bend and flop over, and it wouldn't have any rigidity or strength in it. Removing the supports would probably damage it and take chunks out of it as well. And then the cape may end up too thin. The cape may end up kind of like being like see-through, transparent, and again having dinks taken out of it. So there's all these kind of things that don't work. Now, if we take this model and we scale this up to 75mm, what you end up with is a sword that's about 4mm thick, which looks like she's swinging a baseball bat. And this is where we have a difference between like a 32mm scale sculpted miniature and a 75mm scale sculpted miniature. It's the thickness of the details and the thickness of the elements. So if you see people turning around saying like, and again, a lot of these big studios are guilty of it, the same model is available as 75mm. This is 32mm scale, this one is. She is kind of like, I mean, she's quite a chunky. I don't know if we can get her up close, if it'll zoom in or not, if it's going to try and focus on my hand. Auto focus on it. There you go, it's a female knight from my Kingdom of Telarius range. Captain Tamara. But yeah, she is like, you know, sculpted at 32mm. I wouldn't dream of trying to scale her up to 75. I would possibly take her down to 28 if somebody needed it. And I'd consider scaling her up to maybe 40mm. But anything bigger than that really needs its own sculpting. And these big studios, a lot of them they'll sell you one model and they go, oh, it's 32mm scale, and it's 100mm scale, and it's 75mm scale, and it's 54mm scale. No, it isn't. That's bollocks. You can't do that. You can't change the scale just by making it bigger or smaller in the, you know, it does cooking and cleaning. Well, I don't know. I can't say she would, to be honest. I imagine she'd kick your ass for suggesting it, to be fair, mate. So yeah, so this is my beef with some of these guys. But like I say, you look at Loot Studios; they are massive. They are absolutely huge as a company. A lot of these studios are, and they did it through basically undercutting everybody in the early days. So I was charging like £10 a month, $10 a month on my Patreon, and I was making about 7 character models each month, and people were loving it. And then all of a sudden, I started getting people leave, and they were kind of going, "Oh, not enough value for money." And what had happened was, Loot had come along, and all these other studios had come along. Loot were the first one, I think. They'd come along, and they were going, "Oh, we'll give you 50 miniatures a month for $10." And then suddenly my 7 models a month that I've been making don't look like good value. But when you look at the 50 they were getting, it's like, you can't do anything with these, you can't print them, you can't use them, they're not going to be paintable or whatever, you know what I mean? And this was always an issue. But like I said, there were so many naive customers who were just sold by the pretty renders. They look at my stuff and go, "Oh, that looks a bit simple, that looks a bit plain." But then they look at them and they go, "Oh, look at all the detail. Look at all that lovely detail. Look at that." And it's like, it's just pure naivety that they don't understand that there's, you know, more detail is not the better like solution in this case. So yeah, pare it back. A nice render does help, but it's not the be all and end all. I think you'll sell more models by printing them, painting them, and showing painted models. Or even just if you can get a really nice photograph of a printed model, maybe make a little bit of terrain and stage it in the terrain. So like I've got over here, for when I do my crystal collapse stuff, you can see my little setup down here. So I've got my backdrop at the back here. We've got some terrain pieces on here. So like I've got my little mine shack. Got some mine carts. Crystal minecart and a bumper kind of thing. So I've got these kind of bits that I can put on here to create a scene and stage things up. And then obviously the models just go on it, and it's when you photograph it, then the scenery in the background can kind of blur out. You can focus in on the model, but it helps to create a kind of the illusion of staging and setting, if you like. So yeah, so these things are all really useful to have. They're not essential, but they do definitely help. So consider doing it, even if it's all grey. If it's all grey, you'll do all right out of it. But try and show people the actual end product rather than the renders, and then they can be confident in what they're getting, and they know exactly what they're getting. And for me, the things that sell better in my store are the ones where I've got the painted images. So where I've got like an actual physical miniature that's been painted, and I'm showing that as my hero image, they sell better than the ones that are just renders of the figures. And I think part of it as well is people want to see the scale of the models. They want to see how they fare up against other things. So it's also worth picking up a few, just from a kind of a presentation point of view. Pick up a few other models from different ranges. So get yourself like a Space Marine, get yourself a Baron's War, Dark Ages Knight, get yourself some Mantic models or some Victrix models, or you know, corvus belly or whatever. Get yourself a selection of different things that people will recognise, you know, brand names that people know, and then put your model in a lineup with them, and then that way you can kind of go, actually, this is how my model compares to all these other ranges. I'm trying to see. I did this a long time ago, and I've not done anything with it. And really, I should be putting that into my. I should be taking my own advice here and putting that on my own website. But I did have. Let me come back to my live sculpting stream. We've got a. Is it in here? I don't even know if I'm going to find this now. I've been wasting my time looking for it, but once upon a time, when I did my first Kickstarter, I had a lot of people asking about it, and they wanted to see the scale of the models in comparison to some other stuff. So I've definitely got the pictures. I know I've done them, but can't see. I'm about to show you the Kickstarter page now. So this was my first Kickstarter back in 2018. This one was. So this was no STL files. The STLs weren't even a thing at this point. This was just pure resin miniatures, and I know I've got to have it in here. Yeah, here we go. The size comparison images. So there's two of my models in the middle, and then there's a couple of Games Workshop models over here, an Infinity model, and then a model from Heresy Miniatures. And then down here we've got Anvil Industries, Northgard, Mias, Catacombs, and then mine again. Just so you can kind of see how they compare up, and you can see it's like for Mias and Northgard, it's a pretty good good match. Catacombs, I don't know if that's a big guy or not, but kind of almost. Over up the top image, the Games Workshop stuff, the Heresy Sculpt, the style of, and the actual Games Workshop stuff are far bigger and chunkier. Even though they're technically classed as 28mm scale and mine are 32, which is laughable, really, isn't it? So, yeah, Games Workshop stuff's nuts. I mean, they're technically 28mm heroic scale, but I mean, you can see this guy here is the Barbarian in the middle. He's 32mm scale. He's probably getting on for nearly 40mm tall. He's quite a big unit. And then you come to this big Chaos guy over here. He's about 50mm. He's virtually an ogre, this one is. And then this one over here, the biggest thing you'll notice with the Heresy miniature, which is sculpted in the same style as like the Necromunda models and various other bits like that. This guy's hand is as big as this guy's head, and this guy's head is kind of like almost torso sized. So it's like it's all to do with scale. What do you call it? Like exaggerations and accentuations that happen through the model. So if you want to work for Games Workshop at any point and you want to kind of like adopt their style, the best thing you can do is to buy a load of their stuff and copy it. And by copying their models, you'll end up kind of adopting that style over time. So yeah, basically you go and let's close this down so I get distracted by it. We go and take the stuff that is you know, that you want to be doing longer term. Take those models, copy them, and then when you're good and ready, you'll you'll be ready to rock. Do you know what I mean? You'll have adopted their sculpting style and their stylizations and exaggerations because you've been copying more of it. You'll see it when you see like there's a guy at is it Big Mech, I think it's called, who does like a 40k style orcs, and he does all these kind of things. And you wouldn't know he wasn't doing Games Workshop stuff legit. Do you know what I mean? The style virtually matches it perfectly. And he makes a fortune on his Patreon and stuff. He sells so much, but he's treading in dangerous territory because it's virtually indistinguishable from Games Workshop stuff. Yeah, but people, it sells. Do you know what I mean? If you want to do stuff that people are going to buy, you do the proxy stuff that can fit in with people's armies. And there's a lot of it out there. There's a lot of people selling this stuff that people will pick up and buy. So it's finding your audience, and also is money more important than your expression, your own artistic expression, I think. So sometimes you've got like for me, I've always had this. I never really liked the Games Workshop style where it was like over exaggerated and things looked a little bit comical and silly. But I love the Infinity miniatures. So when I started sculpting my own range, what I wanted to do is I wanted to take the Infinity aesthetic, and I wanted to use that Infinity aesthetic in a fantasy setting. Now, obviously, Infinity have gone and kind of Infinity, Corvus Belli, rather, the owners of Infinity, they have since gone off and done a like a fantasy like miniature range anyway. I don't know how popular it is. Is it Spellcrow or something like that? I think it's called. So yeah, they've done it. They've done their own one. It's neither here nor there to me. It doesn't affect what I do. But yeah, basically now that was my kind of thing when I started doing this. That was my aim. That was what I wanted to achieve. So you need to kind of have that kind of conversation with yourself, really. And if you like the Games Workshop and you want to make stuff that's compatible, go for it. But remember, if you're producing stuff that is too similar to Games Workshop, they will cease and desist you, and you'll get your models pulled. So you could be doing all this work and then have it like lifted off the shelves. So there's guys out there making Space Marine knockoffs. There's guys out there making stuff for can't remember the other game now. God, how bad's that? Yeah, basically they're making proxy models for all the different Games Workshop games, and they go, "Oh, here's a Stormcast Eternal proxy," and it's very slightly different, or sometimes they're even the same. Sometimes they even copy all the details. And Games Workshop have got the biggest legal team in the industry, bar none, and they have people who literally are scouring the internet. They're even dealing with My Mini Factory and the other kind of like the other companies to basically, the other kind of marketplaces to prevent their stuff going online. Like if you go on to Cults 3D, for example, there's certain words you can't even use when you're listing the model. So like I tried to list a model that had a Warhammer, and I used the word Warhammer in the listing. Like, it's like, mercenary with Warhammer, for example. And it goes, no, you can't do that. You can't post anything with Warhammer in it. And it's like, well, Warhammer's not a kind of protected term. It's a protected brand name, but it's a valid, legitimate weapon. But yeah, you can't use the word Warhammer. You can't use things like Space Marine in there, I imagine, Elder or Eldari or whatever it's called. All their actual copyrighted terms are prohibited. You can't use them for listing models on Cults. I think you can on My Mini Factory, but then My Mini Factory have different ways of checking and making sure that they're complying with Games Workshop, so they don't get all the cease and desists and the DMCA takedown notices and stuff. So yeah, whatever you choose to sculpt, you need to be mindful of these kinds of things. Now, on that same line, Disney don't seem to be anywhere near as thorough or bothered. So there's guys out there who are doing like they've literally licensed Star Wars to other miniature companies to produce like the Star Wars Shatterpoint range, and I forget the other miniature line. There's 2 miniature lines of Star Wars out there. So somebody's paying through the nose for a license to use Star Wars for miniatures officially, and then there's people out there who make Star Wars miniatures on Patreon and sell the STL files. And these guys have got their literally when like the Mandalorian was running, or when Boba Fett was running, the day after the episode had aired for the first time, every single character and model every single character that appeared in that episode was already made and available to download through their Patreons. None of these companies that are officially doing that can even match that level of turnaround. Do you know what I mean? And they're good models, they're good quality models. But to be able to do that many models in that space of time, so quick after it's been aired for the first time, they're just right on the cutting edge. But Disney haven't even intervened. These guys are still going. So, like, you know, they started when The Mandalorian was airing, and they've gone through all these other series and everything else, and they're still cranking out Star Wars models. And Disney just have let them do it. Now, if I was the IP holder on that, I'd be right miffed that I was paying for a license and that they're not going to protect the license. So yeah, you've just got to be aware that some companies will really come after you for it, and other companies will let it ride. You can always go and do like we've done here with Crystal Collapse, go and do a unique IP, but a unique IP means you've got to do all the marketing, you've got to drive it, you've got to create your own audience, and that makes life much more difficult. It's a bigger job. And I will say as well, if anybody here is on my Patreon, on my tribes, it's such a big job that I'm months and months and months behind on my Patreon releases and tribes releases. So I am working to kind of get them, you know, up to date and ready to release and everything else. But like, just trying to manage the Crystal Collapse campaigns in amongst everything else going on, is like a full-time job in itself. And I wish I could say I got a whole team of people behind me to kind of like help and support and whatever else, but it's pretty much just me. Max is there helping with the rule side of things, but the management and the running of the campaign and the ads and everything else, that all falls in my lap. And when you're running a business selling miniatures, that's one of the things that you are going to have to contend with. You're going to have to become really bloody good at marketing if you want to kind of stand a chance of getting your stuff seen. So, and again, if you join the school, we'll talk about all these kind of things. We'll look at what works and what doesn't work. We can chew the fat on it. We can have some discussions, and if anybody needs any advice, or you want to know where to list your stuff because you've got limited time and where's best spending your effort, we can talk about that. So yeah, you know, we'll use the link in the description. Go sign up for school. Join my community. It's free. So let's see if we can help each other. And now we're gonna spend about half an hour of posing before I need to knock it on head. Keller, I've just seen your comment there. How big are Infinity models? Infinity models are 28mm true scale. They are slightly exaggerated, but they are... Oh, there goes my pom-pom again. They're slightly exaggerated, but they are virtually true scale. Like my models, you'll find that they are virtually on par. The more recent ones are all digitally sculpted, but if you go back in time, a lot of their older range was traditionally sculpted. My only beef with the Infinity models is that they're all metal. So Highland Miniatures does a good GW knockoff. There's quite a lot of them out there. I mean, Highland Miniatures, I think, are the ones who do all the Lord of the Rings figures, I think. Yeah, it is. It drains you, mate. But again, it comes down to whether you wanna make money, or whether you want a creative outlet. And again, the reason I set it all up in the first place, and the reason I went into this, was because I wanted a creative outlet. I was doing this as a hobby anyway. And what I was finding was I'd get to this point on a model and I'd go, I'm not happy with this. I don't like this bit. I don't like this. I should have done this differently. I'd change this if I did it again. And I'd be thinking like this before I'd even finished the model. And then this model would just get shelved and put to one side and never see the light of day again. And then I'd move on to something else. And for about 2 years, 3 years, 4 years or something like that, that was how I worked. So I never finished anything. I was sculpting. I was always sculpting, but just not completing models, because I was learning, and as I was learning, I was developing. Like I say, I was having to figure it out for myself and learn the ropes and figure out what worked. And then we would get to a point where I would be, we'd get to a point where I'd be working on a model and then like shelve it, and then look back and I'll go like, I've got like 50 figures here that I've just not finished. And then I'm kind of like, oh, do I go back and do that one again? And it's like, well, what's the point of going back and doing it again? Because I'm going to spend time reworking on that same model. I'll update it, so it'll be my current style, if you like. But then it's probably still going to get shelved and not finished. And that was when I went and did the Kickstarter. I was like, do you know what I need? I need some form of commitment. So I looked at the Kickstarter thing, and it was like, right, so if I tell people I'm making this stuff for them, and I show them what I've done, and I made like 7 models to start with. I managed to force myself to finish 7 models with this idea of I'm going to do a Kickstarter with them. So I finished 7 models, put the Kickstarter together, put that out there in public, and then people started backing it, and it was like, oh shit, I'm committed now. I've got to make, we blast through stretch goals. And I'm like, oh, I've got this to make, I've got this to make, I've got this to make. And then it was like, other people have put their money behind me. They've trusted me, they've invested in me. I now need to deliver. So taking that step forward, using Kickstarter as a mechanism, basically made my brain shift gear from, oh, I'm just doing it for me. It doesn't matter if I don't finish it. I'll finish it when I'm ready to finish it, kind of thing. Get me out of that mindset that was not producing anything, and shift gear into, hey Elston, how you doing, mate? Yeah, shift gear up into, actually, do you know what? Let's make some stuff. Let's finish it. Let's commit to it. And let's get this. Let's make it happen, kind of thing. And that was the biggest single change I made, and it was all because of, let's say, making a public commitment. So, how are you doing today, Elston? Anyway, mate, all good? Let's get the Rockabo up on screen. Oh, here we go. Let's take our ride up. I was sure I'd merged it all down, really. Oh no, I must have just been in the process of doing it and I started jibber-jabbing. Skip that. Oh, I've got a thunderstorm warning on my... I'm okay apart from knackering my side due to exercise. Well, exercise was your first mistake, Elston. How did you knacker your side doing exercise? I'm going to lift her out of there so she's not on the rocker boat. I'm going to put the ruler active. And then I'm going to merge visible. Okay, so all of what I've got there is preserved. And now I've got this one scene with everything in it. Split masked. Okay, so the bird. Yeah, not too bad, mate. Thank you. I say keep him busy and too busy, I think. But stupid app got you to try and do jumping push-ups. There's a muscle that goes from your back to your elbow, and it's just screwed. Back to your elbow. Do you mean shoulder? Have you got some kind of like Quasimodo kind of anatomy going on, mate? You better take it easy and rest up. Does that mean you're out of work then, or are you have you got like an abundance of hobbying time now, or have you got to still graft and sign on and do your work? Oh, well, that blows, doesn't it? Yeah, no worries. Okay, I'll be off myself shortly, mate. But thank you for joining me today, keeping me company. What the chuff has gone on here? Okay, let's auto group first. Take it easy, mate. You're just growing like an old man. More. More than normal. So I'm not happy about this rain today. Or the impending thunderstorms that they're threatening us with. So the big titan at Chilcon's coming to hang out with you at the hobby clinic. Nice. The Spud. I don't think I even saw the big titan last time. Was that the one that was on the was it in the cabinet, like the painting competition last time round, or was it somewhere else? Taller than you. See, this is the thing, man. As a trader at ChillCon, I love doing ChillCon, but as a trader, I don't get off the stand. Like I can barely get away from like I went to the toilet last year, or last time, and I don't think I'd made it to the toilet before Hayley was phoning me to say somebody's at the stall and they need your help. And somebody had come round and like needed to know something that like she couldn't help with, and I had to deal with it. And I'm like stalling for a minute, and I'll be back. And it's like that was my like one toilet break in the day. So, yeah, so you can't even piss in peace. But yeah, it's I don't know, it's always good, and it's good to be busy. But the downside is, like I say, as a trader, you do miss out on all the cool stuff that's there because there's so much of it. I mean, there's so much there that you want to kind of get involved in, and I always feel like I'm missing out. Like, I want to come and join in your the speed painting and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, but it's things like the speed painting I want to join in with. Do you know what I mean? It's the events that are going on and the activities and things like that. Not just like going around and looking at the things. And also getting around in the mornings, like, it's hard work because was it last year we came up on the morning because we didn't stay over. Because we couldn't do setup on the night before, could we? I think, or could we? And I just didn't. But yeah, we drove up in the morning, did all the setup on the day. And the year before, we'd driven down on the night after school on the Friday, I think it was. Palm the kids off. But by the time Hayley had finished school, and we were, obviously she's a teacher, by the time she'd finished for the day, and we got the kids settled with the nan, set off and whatever else, we ended up kind of not getting there in time for the evening setup, so we had to come back in the morning and do all our setup in the morning anyway. So we just went back to the hotel, had some dinner, and got an early night. So, it was a novelty in itself, but yeah, not what I was really after. Yeah, guys, if anybody's UK based on the stream and you want to go to a nice, chilled, family-friendly convention that's all about miniatures and wargaming and everything else, do check out ChillCon. I will be there this year again. I'll say this year. Is it April? April 2026 we're looking at now. What we're working towards. God, this rain is getting worse and worse, man. Taking the kids swimming after school tonight for their swimming lessons that have started up again. So at least they're doing something that's already wet. Oh, well. Do you know what you want to get as well? If you want to, you know, Luke at Glamage Paints, who does all the Final Fantasy models. Yeah, no worries. Oh, I was just saying how, like, me and the wife came a couple of years back. We came down to do the setup on the night, but we couldn't leave obviously before we got the kids home. No, he doesn't. No, he paints them. He did the remember the Final Fantasy music box diorama that was in the painting competition. You might not have known it was a music box actually, but basically, if you hit him up, he might be up for joining you on the hobby clinics. He does some beautiful dioramas using the Final Fantasy models. And I'm sure people would love to see what he's doing and how he's getting on with them and stuff. Now I was saying about the on the morning of the show. Not the morning of the show. On the morning of the show, the last couple of years we've been doing setup and stuff because like we've driven up in the morning rather than booking hotels and whatever. Because the previous year we booked a hotel, drove up to stay over, and then was going to do our setup on the night, but because we didn't leave till late, we ended up getting stuck in traffic and. We were in rush hour traffic trying to get up to Sheffield, and then we ended up getting there like too late to do the setup. So we were just like, you know, we'll just go to the hotel and get an early night, ready for the morning. Well, I know you were saying about that. You wanted to have like some like Warhammer World type displays, didn't you? And I'm thinking like. If you can get you get him to bring some of his collection up there. He's done he did a big gallery exhibit somewhere like quite recently, which is quite cool. Yeah, well, this year maybe we can get out and have a little mooch about, see what's going on. I still won't be able to do like painting competitions and stuff like that, but at least I'll be able to get around and like see some of the other vendors and see what's going on. It's going to be I think it's going to leave you lot knackered, mate. I think you guys doing the organisation, I think you're going to be suffering a little bit. What's that? The planning team have all woken up after summer and it's ramping up already. What, you're already in full swing getting stuff in place? Once I've got all the this crystal collapse model done, she's my last one of the set. Then I've just got to paint the last few remaining ones. Once I've got these done, I'll get on with your show models for you. You're welcome, darling. You're welcome. Oh yeah, it's my school community thing, mate. If you have a look on the if you have a look in the description of the video, you'll see at the bottom there's links to my sculpting course, and then to my school community. So the school community it's basically the intention is to teach people, or give people the opportunity to learn from each other as well, but to share advice and tips and all this kind of stuff around the full life cycle of miniatures. So we're going through inception of like things like character design, right the way through to sculpting, supporting, printing, painting, etc. Covering like every part of like the miniature, like life cycle ecosystem kind of thing. Some of it will be training courses, some of it is just posts, some of it will be PDFs, blogs, updates, that kind of stuff. Can't actually remember specifically what we were talking about with that one now, but I would tell you what it was. It was about getting some promotion at the hobby clinic, weren't it, for it as well. I was going to see if I could maybe come and help you on a hobby clinic and do a bit of promo. I need to get somebody to cover my sales for me. Cheers, mate. Let's turn the head carefully because we don't want to mess up all of the feathers. And we'll mess up some feathers, but It's inevitable. I have to re-sculpt some of them. Hey, no worries, mate. You're working, aren't you? So, do you know what? I just realised the time, and I've got to scoot. So, guys, I'm gonna have to drop this now. I'm not gonna be able to, what do you call it, raid out or anything like that. I've got to go and get the kids' swimming bags ready, and I've got to be at the house in 10 minutes. Cut it to the wire. Nothing like it. So yeah, so we've got her virtually finished anyway. So she's done. Just finishing posing the mount now. So I'll get her posed up, plonk her on the back of the bird, and then get her spear done. Possibly do all this on stream tomorrow. So if anybody's about and wants to kind of tune in and join in, please do feel free. Also, I'll be on same time, so 10 AM British time. Is it still British summer time? It still is, isn't it? And yeah, don't forget to go and sign up and join the school. And yeah, I will catch you later, taters. Thanks all again. See you all.